Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise. I apologize. I've had a hectic couple days. My sister went into the hospital for some numbing that was started in her foot. And she had been trying to figure out whether she should go that day or maybe it was just some wacky thing that just goes away, right? She didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't know. I would have told her to go to the hospital right away. So she waited and it started crawling up her leg. So it got up to her knee and then finally up to her hip. And that's when we're like, yeah, no, you have to go to the hospital. So she went and was admitted, and they did CT scans and MRIs and talked to the neurologist in the ER. And the neurologist said that they saw sort of like lesions on the scans, and that he thought that it was probably MS. I said, don't panic. I was tested for MS myself. I am her sister. So it could not end up being MS, I said. Don't freak out yet. Unfortunately, it looks like it probably is MS. The only way to 100% clarify is some sort of spinal tap procedure. So they're going to do that. But as of right now, that's what's going on. My sister has two littles at home, one with autism, who's 5, and then a baby who's not even 1. So I had a lot going on yesterday, so I apologize for not being here. Family comes first always. And, make sure that my sister's okay before I come here. So, hey, you. Are you working today? Should I send you a link in case you want to pop on? What's going on with that? I gotta fix the bubbles. But I do apologize for not being here yesterday. It was very last minute, probably just a few minutes before I was supposed to be here. So this little QR code you guys see up in the corner here, this little guy right here, this was made by Maestro. We thank Maestro. Perfect. I'll send you a link. Maestro made that for us. And what it does is, if you have an iPhone, it actually brings you to the page where you can get your, buy your membership to the channel. So you scan it with your phone camera, and then it brings a website. You click the website, and boom, it brings you right to the join and to get your membership. And we thank Maestro. That was made for people who have, iPhones and couldn't do it straight from here. So we appreciate you, Maestro, for making that for us so that people with iPhones can just scan it when they're watching. Morning, morning, morning. Okay. I think I sent it. You let me know if you can get it, because she never goes wonky. All right, let me get this stuff on the screen, because this is what's happening today, okay? This is the Kohberger Sentencing Day. But we're going to hear victim impact statements, right? She's okay. She's home now. Kind of just taking it all in. It overwhelmed her for a minute, the thought of maybe not walking around with the kids. But I'm like, listen, you're not going to magically stop walking in the next, couple minutes. They have treatments that can help with MS for a long time. So I think she'll be fine. I think it's just the ultimate first shock of it all,
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hopefully you feel better with that situation.
It's just shitty because I was tested for MS too. Because of all the pain I started getting randomly in my body. It ended up being, fibromyalgia, arthritis. I have myocarditis of the heart, tinnitus, all sorts of shit. And she had a lot of the same symptoms as me. So I was like, don't, they think, but they don't 100% know, don't jump to conclusions. But I mean, they'll know with the spinal sort of tap thing that they do to figure out whether it is or not. And if it isn't, then cool. And she probably has all the same shit I have going on. It's genetics, If it is, then we'll deal with it that way. MS, you can live a very long life with MS nowadays. Great treatments, you're good to go. Yeah. So she's early 30s, so I think it's kind of a shock for her.
Yeah. So what do you think of this, the Kohberger thing? You think he's just going to be quiet?
I don't know. I feel like he's not going to say anything. What's he going to say?
Yeah, I mean, at least
I
it's
did
not
it.
going to
I
be
left the knife in the river.
at least it's not going to be as creepy as the Stephen Stearns guilty plea.
Oh God, I wasn't here for that either because again, I had an
Right.
appointment that I forgot all about and I could not skip. My specialist appointments are like 3 months ahead of time, so I cannot skip them. I will not get another one for another 3 months. So,
Bro, that guy
was gross.
that was the creepiest thing I ever listened to. If I could trade my life for hers, I'm like, you killed her.
Right.
You raped and murdered that girl and groomed her for years. Like,
Like,
what are
what
you
do you
talking
mean,
about?
guy? Right. I
Like,
mean, that's the psychoticness of these people where they think that saying something like that's going to make people be like, oh, he must be innocent because he said, whatever. And I acknowledge there are actual real cases of people who are innocent and say something like that. And people are like, yeah, they're just guilty. But this guy's definitely guilty.
yeah, I don't know why they took a plea for that Stephen Stern guy. That guy was dead to rights, would have gotten the
Yeah.
death penalty.
Yep.
100%. There's no doubts in my mind. Maybe with Kohberger, he had like a chance of somewhat of a defense, but Stephen Stern had zero chance. I don't know why in God's green earth they would ever accept a plea deal. I would want that guy to get whatever the death sentence would be. I mean, it's just wild.
I feel like they're doing it because of everything that happened with the Reed case, and they're just doing it with these like, oh, if we can just get them to plead guilty, like let's do that and skip this whole like social media frenzy, like let's do that. And I think that honestly has an impact on some of these larger cases.
I don't think anyone thought that. I don't think even anyone thought Stephen Stern was innocent. I think everyone thought that motherfucker was guilty as sin.
To be fair, nobody thinks Brian Walsh is innocent, but you have the cult leader over there being like, I don't care if he's guilty or not. He should get off because we don't like Proctor. Like,
yeah, but that's the stupidity, because that's what to me, like, that basically shows what you are. You know what I mean? That's going to basically degrade whatever group of people following you, because at the end of the day, they're going to sit there and be like, okay, this Brian Walsh guy there's a lot of evidence against him. Why are we defending a guy like this?
It's amazing to me that they do.
It will be just like me, like saying, hey guys, we have to defend James Craig, the guy, the dentist that poisoned his wife.
Yep.
I mean? Or defending Barry Murphy.
Yeah, that guy.
Because the first prosecutor was an asshole. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel like they're just going to do this to anyone who they think they're going to gain some sort of clout and attention from, and that has to be anything connected to the Reed case right now, because that's what they're still talking about. Still.
Hi, elegance. Yeah, they're still. I mean, like, you got to realize, you got to know the grift is. The grift is. They don't want to move on to the next case because they know that their numbers will just drop drastically, like anything else. Like you're gonna get your biggest numbers, and it's just tough to get that big success.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember the Glare tried to cover a separate something, and he got like 100 people watching him in comparison to his larger numbers.
To be fair, I get more than that on every stream that I do. So what?
Well, that's because people are only there to just, for that one case. That's why I really hate this guy. But the facts are, it's like, it's just every case has a different scenario. I mean, but with the Kohberger case also, I think the guy, he's not going to say anything. I think
I don't think he will. I'd be shocked if he did.
Yeah, I think he's just going to keep quiet, but we'll see what happens with this. What
are you really going to say? You know what I mean? Like, yes, there should be cameras in court. That's why we're going to stream it. But I mean, I heard that the Chapin family was not going to go. I think that's what I heard. Sometimes they change their mind at the last minute. They have before. They weren't going to like do the whole trial thing, and then they were. And then, so I have no idea if Ethan's family is going to be there or not. I do know that Kaylee's family is going to be there. I do know that Xana's family is going to be there. Maddie's. I have no idea about the Chapin family, but I suspect that it will be a long hearing because these impact statements, they have the right to read them.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be a couple of hours, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
That's what I think too, because I mean, they have questions, right? They have questions they need answers to. And I think by giving this plea, you completely screwed them of those answers.
Well, you heard the interview with
I did,
with one
yeah.
of the victims' families, and he said that he had to put in like a FOIA request or
Steve,
document. They don't even give him. He doesn't even know how many times his daughter was stabbed.
Yep.
To me, is kind of a wild situation. You know what I mean?
They should have the answers to those very specific. These are their parents, you know? Like they should have the answers to these questions, like how, where were they found, in what position, like how many stab wounds, whether they were gagged or not. Like this is insane to me that they don't have the most basic of basic answers. And I feel like this is something that a lot of families deal with when it comes to these types of cases, even missing person cases. They don't know for decades. If the person is not found and there's no trial, they don't get answers. And that's because they'll just keep it open endlessly. So it's like you can't FOIA a case that's opened because they won't really give you much. Yeah. So they're not getting many answers, you know?
And that's pretty much the sad situation about this, because this is why I understand like the frustration of Steve Gonzalez. I keep on messing his name up.
I do too, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I feel Steve's frustration, dude. I feel it.
He wanted, number one, he wants blood and iron. He wants this guy to get the death penalty. And he also believes that, you know, the prosecutor gave him this deal when he felt that there was a strong conviction and that there was going to be a good conviction for a death penalty. And he also believes that the statement that this was not sexually motivated was a false it's false.
Yeah.
Based upon the search history of this guy. If you don't know, this guy was into watching gagging women that were passed out.
And this was like something that the medical examiner had told the family. I think it was the medical examiner. That there was, over her mouth until she was gagged to keep her quiet. That makes sense on exactly why the roommates all the way downstairs didn't hear anything. You know what I mean? They heard like thumping around, but they didn't hear screaming, and that makes total sense on why they wouldn't have.
And I think that this guy was more narrowed in on one person, and then suddenly three other people were there. And I think, I don't know what and honestly, to say that it was not sexually motivated, to me is not a fair statement, because we don't know what his motivations were, because three other people interrupted what he was planning on doing.
Exactly. So I feel like it's not a fair statement either, because you'll never know. You can't say it wasn't. You're not the person who did it, so you don't really know what the ultimate motivation was.
You don't know what is it? They call it mens rea of the of the person. You don't know what he was thinking about doing, and in this scenario, to make that statement out there, it feels kind of like you're defending Bryan, like you're defending his image a little bit. Oh, he just only murdered 4 innocent people.
Right.
He only
found that stuff on his phone, but the family shouldn't have to hear that stuff through someone else. You know what I mean? Like, this is stuff that they shouldn't have to hear on the news or through someone that's leaking information. They should get this information if this is what they seek. Some people don't want to know, and that's totally okay if you don't want to know. I'm not one of those people. With my children, I want to know.
I mean, like, honestly, the one thing I would have wanted the prosecution to demand is that this guy gives a full statement, like everything what happened that night. For him just to say I'm guilty, to me, is kind of disrespectful to the families. Like, okay, if you don't want to admit it, we're going to trial.
Right, exactly.
We could decide to go to trial right now. They're
like, we might not have told the truth, and it's like, make him tell you at least the things that you know, which is, which way did he come in the house? Which way did he leave the house?
Tell us. I mean, this is the one thing I'm going to agree with.
Where did he leave the knife? You'd know if he was lying because you'd go get it and it wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like, I just think there were some things that they could have said, listen, in order to get this plea deal, this guilty plea deal, you're going to allocate to this, this, and this for these families.
You're going to tell us what you did. Yep. And the other situation is the one thing I'm going to agree with that crime circus guy, the clown man, is that, you should tell us where the knife is, where you dumped it. You should tell people this, so that some kind of closure can be given to these families, so that more whack jobs on the internet believe that this guy is fucking innocent. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And this is like a failure of the system in itself, because again, we have the same thing going with the Karen Reed case, where it's just like pushed out misinformation. So these people have been buying this misinformation for so long that they just now believe it to be true, even though it's not. And that's not fair to the victims' families. They have a duty, if you have this information or you can get this information, to put it out there to make sure these internet wackadoos can't keep going on with their ridiculous conspiracy theories. The Kohberger people never made sense to me. It was very clear. He did the
I think they made less sense to me than the Karen Reed supporters, to be
right.
totally fair.
Right.
They were talking about cartels parachuting from the sky to land on the balcony.
All sorts of shit.
Like tunnels. It was crazier. It was the craziest theories ever.
Cops wouldn't have found a tunnel when they demolished the house. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, do people even think about the things they say before they say them? And it's like they don't seem to realize that when they say these things, there are victims' families out there watching. There are victims' families that can see you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
So what did you think of the situation as a side tangent? Like, what did you think of the whole situation with Lolly being questioned?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to cover that either, but Trooper Proctor didn't show up, and I wouldn't have either if I was him. He's not an officer anymore. He doesn't really have to. He's a private citizen, and he's actually in the middle of fighting his termination, so I wouldn't have either. I'm sure his lawyers told him not to. But I think, Lally, here's the thing. It's a difficult situation when you have Rosemary Scarpiccio, and I will tell you why. Rosemary Scarpiccio is a pit bull. Okay, that lady is a freaking pit bull, and she will not stop until she gets whatever it is that she's looking for or wants. And so even the most mundane things, she can turn into something that's like, oh my God.
That's a job of usually of a defense attorney, you know what I mean? So
Rosemary Scarpiccio, but it's like, as an ADA, Lally, listen, and I think he did the best he could do when it came to the Karen's case with what he had until Hank came in and sort of pulled it all together. But you gotta double check, bro. You can't just be like, well, I asked for everything they had and I didn't double check. The problem with that is two things. A, he's asking for everything they have, but how does he know what they have? Right? Yeah. He doesn't. So if they send him stuff, he assumes that that's all that they have.
I think that the problem wasn't really the prosecution. I think the prosecutions did a great case. I think the issue is, unfortunately, Massachusetts failed. The police officers failed when they didn't do completely what they should have done in the initial investigation. It was taken advantage of. And unfortunately, Massachusetts failed in protecting the witnesses putting a gag order. And I think that's going to be a tough lesson.
No gag order, no sequestration of very, very clear that you needed to, even in the first trial, sequester the damn jury, in my opinion. It exists for a reason.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think Massachusetts failed John in that scenario, and hopefully people learn.
And of course, that's not his fault. He can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but I have a question. What do you think of the whole witness, the whole juror taking that plea? Like, do you? Because that was a sweetheart deal that was given.
Absolutely, it was. And I said the other day that she wouldn't have gotten that deal unless she was telling on people. So that's that simple. It's really that simple. She would not have gotten such a sweetheart deal unless they had another fish.
I mean, even Betterow even said that seems like the case. And we obviously disagree with Mr. Betterow in a lot of cases, but even he was like,
there's no way you give a sweetheart deal like that in a serious scenario like this, unless you are going after someone else and this person is helping you. Now, what I have heard about this, and this is why I hate that I had to miss this, is that this woman is afraid. She's very, very afraid. And I would not be surprised if you see her ask for something like WITSEC, which for people who don't know is witness protection, essentially. It's a witness protection program. Some people are like, well, they wouldn't get WITSEC. It's not it doesn't have to be a violent crime for you to get WITSEC. People in drug cases get WITSEC. It does not have to be like a mobster is going to kill you to get WITSEC. Okay. So would she get it? Meh, probably not. Could she ask for it? Yeah. I mean, if the state really wanted to give her that sweetheart deal, they'd probably put her in WITSEC for like 6 months or something.
I mean, do you think it's just like, this is another possibility, but do you think it's just the FBI just wanting to just, cover their asses, or just say, hey, we're going to give you a sweetheart deal. We're just going to close this chapter. You don't think so? Because that's what I was thinking on the side, besides like her being testifying, is that they're just like embarrassed of this whole, Josh Levy.
They are. Let's make that clear. They are very pissed off at what Josh Levy did. Let's make that abundantly clear here. But Leah Foley ain't done yet until she sort of tries to right some wrongs. And that's what she's currently doing. She is not going to just let people off and be like, okay, sweetheart deal, done. Nobody's going to talk about it again. this has been going on for years. She's no dummy. She knows this is going to continue. She did not, and in no way, shape, or form is just giving the sweetheart deal and saying, let's close this chapter, goodbye. This woman is afraid. This woman would not have a reason. Jessica Leslie would not have a reason to be afraid, right? If she wasn't giving the government information on other people, right? Why would she be afraid? Who would she be afraid of?
Yeah, I mean, I just think who would they be bringing the case against? I mean, obviously, one of the people we think about is Turtle Boy, but do you think it's a possibility of other people being brought against?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you why. The Sewer Turtle can't keep his mouth shut. He shares with a lot of people, especially in his inner circle, and they do his bidding. So he'll share with them like, hey, this person sucks. I think this person's bad, like whatever. And then they will send out their smear campaigns on people. Now, if the FBI, as I have been told, has been into people's communications for at least 3 months at this point, I see you're going to see some people in some serious trouble here. Doesn't shock me, not even a little. It's amazing to me. Again, the FBI wouldn't have gone to the lengths of getting into people's communications, emails, tapping wires to phones if they were just going to let this be a sweetheart deal and let it go. There'd be no reason to do that, would there?
I mean, you never know. I mean, the thing is, I mean, that's a possibility, but I just wonder who are they going to build a case against, because it's like Turtle Boy's facing those charges.
Him and his co-conspirators.
Yeah, I mean,
he has quite a few co-conspirators. Make no mistake about that.
That is true. He does have a lot of people that he has worked with. But part of me, like, I wish, like, that there was something to go after this these lawyers, to be honest with you. I wish there was something to go after these guys with, you know?
So that's another thing. I definitely think that if they go after him, they're going to want to put some serious pressure on him to say, listen, you want out of this? We'll give you a deal. Cool. But you're going to give up X, Y, and Z. And who's to say that X, Y, and Z doesn't include those goddamn attorneys?
Yeah, because I feel like those attorneys, to be honest,
the U.S. Department, like they played the feds for Karen. So you don't think the feds are going to feel stupid and be like, yeah, no, they knew what they were doing. We just need to prove it. And the way to do that is to get through Aiden's communications, right? Put the pieces of the puzzle together, put the pressure on him. Say, look, you're looking at this amount of years on top of your other cases. So if you want to flip, cool, but you're going to have to give us information on this, this, and this.
Now, do you like get a little worried about the Turtle Boy case because of how, like, you know, Trove Mafia is kind of, because I know what they're doing when they're
I know what they're doing.
They're planning on making her into like an entrapment and bring up her past and all this.
No, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. One being that she shared information, people like the same way that people should. So if somebody came to me and was like, Elise, I have documents on this, 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 and this. I'll show you this bad thing he did. Say blackmail, right? Look, he wrote it in writing. It's to me. I'm afraid. What do I do? I then refer that person to the police. Hey, you should call the state police and your local PD, but the state because they're the ones dealing with his cases. Also, if they were that afraid that they didn't want to, and they were like, you can give my name, but I don't want to contact them on my phone, I would just pass along the information. So there's an email that if you call, the cops will say, okay, you can email me any, evidence at whatever email they have. There's nothing illegal about sending in evidence to a case if you have it. It's sharing evidence. And so what are they trying to prove other than the fact that she shared evidence that people that went to her, just like they came to me or anyone else, shared it with the cops in a way that anyone else would have by calling and being like, hey, this is what happened. What do I do? Okay. And they say, hey, send it to this email. We'll come out and talk to you or whatever. I mean, there's nothing to prove. I mean, I think what they're trying to do really is they're attempting to what he does best, which is spin little things to make them look nefarious. Are there some things that I think she probably could have done a different way?
Yeah. That's what definitely. I think I get worried about. I mean, also she took a plea apparently where she had to
I saw that. I mean, again, I would have fought it. But again, when you fight something like that, you risk him bringing in fake evidence as he had. You have to take all that into consideration. He has brought in literal fake evidence in a multitude of other cases to screw someone. So if they drop it to a misdemeanor and they say, hey, just plead guilty, you'll get probation that's not even, you send a
I
paper
think they're
once a month.
Yeah, I think they're starting.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me unmute it.
I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened.
So sad.
And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be.
Oh.
While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship.
Been there.
Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now, I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen, and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and Abe was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about 1.5 years old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were 1 day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, The foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son, Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my 2 daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now is Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
Can't imagine, because if this was my kid, I would go full scorched earth. You know, from my babies, absolutely.
Benjamin Mogan, I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times, she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to just do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she served every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if you want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they, on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends, and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically. And anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that I actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm just glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy, and I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And this shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
I'd say get ready for this statement, because Steve's kind of like me. He's not going to hold back. At least I don't think he's going to, and I wouldn't. And it's like, people might not like some of the things Steve has to say, but they're his feelings, and he has a right to them.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control.
Give it to him, Steve.
Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work.
Get justice.
You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos. the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan.
That's who matters.
Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country. And eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you.
That's right.
Nobody cares about you.
Nope.
You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did.
I'd be angry, very angry.
You
have a
guys
right to be
allowed
angry.
us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Stephen's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Yeah, and that's their right, to be forgiving. I'm not.
Hello, I'd like to start by
My
thanking the court
babies,
for allowing me
I
the
don't
time
forgive.
and opportunity to speak
Those
today.
are my babies.
My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense, Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon, the clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised
Basic.
as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound.
Who do we know like that?
You're pathetic.
It's a sewer term. Just like that.
You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
I only made that small correction because you guys know I've been sober close to 2 decades, and that was my drug of choice, and I've never tweaked from an opiate or heroin for that matter. Crystal meth, though, people who use uppers, I was never an upper user, but you definitely can tweak. But I get what you meant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee J. Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, You really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to
Kaylee's
take
mom.
their shots at you,
Michael,
I'm
Kaylee's
confident that
mom.
the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Do we have more from the
OMG.
Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents.
I don't even think the judge understood what that meant. He's so old.
This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You in the cloak of darkness made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You in the cloak of darkness took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You in the cloak of darkness took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You in the cloak of darkness gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You in the cloak of darkness also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
Recess? Really? Like, what? 10-minute recess? That was like, why? Why are we taking a 10-minute recess? I don't really understand the thought behind taking a 10-minute recess right now when you could just wrap it up. I'm confused here. Anybody else? Anyone else? McFly? Doesn't really make sense. Sorry, I'm responding. So as you guys know, I have my own sources. I don't need to rely on other people's information usually, right? And so I'm just checking my ex now, and someone said, oh, do you really believe what JLR said about Jessica Leslie? He doesn't have the best reputation. I don't know his reputation, nor do I care. The statement he made about Jessica Leslie being afraid, was true, according to the sources that I have, is that she is afraid. So no, I don't rely on anybody else's information. I rely on my own. I retweeted his thing because I got that information. That was kind of the whole point. So no, I don't rely on anyone else's information on how I roll, ever. So, I mean, probably. I don't doubt it. Also, while that was happening, I got a $5 donation. I'm not going to read the person's name because it shows their email and their full name, so I'm not going to read it so if they want to say who they are, that's cool, but I never want to reveal someone's name without them, wanting that to be a thing. So I appreciate your $5 donation. Thank you so much for that. If you want to donate to the channel, there are a bunch of different ways. There's a link in the top of the chat that you can use credit or debit. If you just click on the link, you can enter any amount you want. We also have Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, Revolut. Those are all options. And then the other options that we have are things like getting your membership or, as you guys know, the best options are the ones that are that link and these most direct ones, so that I don't have to wait over a month to get said funding. Because anything that goes through YouTube, like super chats and super stickers, those I won't see any of that until like the end of August. So it's like one time a month. YouTube does things weird. So, but this little QR code this little QR code here at the top of the screen that you guys are seeing on the right side of the screen, this little guy here, that is for all of you Apple users. So thank you to Maestro for making this for us. So anybody who has an Apple device can actually scan this with your phone camera and it'll bring you right to where you can buy a membership to the channel. Because for some reason on Apple devices, you cannot just, it's not at the bottom where the rest of the options are for like super chat and super sticker. I have no idea why. I scanned it earlier to make sure it's 100% working. So when you scan it, you have to put your phone camera on and then there should be like a box that pops up. So you got to get the camera so that you got to keep trying. So if the box is too big or too little, it won't scan it. You have to sort of make sure that little like box pops up around it and you get it in that. And then at the bottom of your like camera, it'll like a link will pop up or it'll have like a little thing at the bottom in color and then you click it. It's too blurry. I did it earlier on my own phone from here and it worked. So I don't know. It's weird. That is strange. I don't know why. I mean, this is the only way I could get it up on the screen for you guys. Weird. I did make sure that it worked and it did. It went right to how to get your own membership to the channel because I was not aware before that, let me see. Yeah, it's working on mine. And at the bottom, it'll say like scan. And then the website will pop up and then you click on it. And then what happens is it brings you, I can't make it any bigger. It works on mine. It brings you right to this, right? When you click on it and it'll say join. And the 4 different tiers that they have to join the channel are all there. So I don't know, it worked on mine. I just got, obviously, as you guys could see, you got to get the thing kind of close to the screen to, I'll try to see if there's a way to make it bigger. I don't think I can. It was hard to get it up here to begin with. Maybe try the TV. That would be a good option. If you have a TV, put me on the TV on YouTube and then use your phone to scan it because it'll be bigger that way. Could be that. It's a smidgen blurry on mine too, but it works for me. So I'm not sure if you just have to have it on a smaller screen, a bigger screen. I don't know. I know it works. I will try to like tinker with it a little to try to make it bigger or less blurry. It's hard. I've tried like 6 different ways. This was the only way I could get it where you guys could have it while we're live because it doesn't, unless I share a screen, and what am I sharing a screen to? So it's a little bit different. It scans fine on my TV with my iPhone, Elaine said. Thank you, Elaine. Jesse said, if you pull it up on your TV, walk up to it and get close to it and it works that way. Yeah, you have to, Ash, if you miss stuff, you got to watch the statements that you missed. Just back up because there's really no way to explain what you missed other than to watch it, really. I think Olivia, which is Kaylee's sister, did an amazing job. She said basically what I would have, and I understand why she did it. The way she tore him down, to tell him, like, you're not special. You're not in any way, shape, or form smarter or better than anyone else. And I love that because, yeah, it's like taking a picture. You're absolutely right, Scorpio. When you do it, it's like taking a picture. You pull up your camera on your phone to scan it. But I absolutely understand what she was doing. Now, I don't know if she takes like psychology classes or what she does, you know, or the sister Olivia, but the whole purpose of that was narcissists, sociopaths and narcissists. They love to talk about how good they are, how not ordinary they are. They're better, smarter than everyone else, right? They try to make everybody believe that they are better than everyone. People should pay attention to them and only them. And whatever they say is gold. They're smarter. They're better. The whole shebang. So when you tell a narcissist something like, you're ordinary, probably less than ordinary, you're a nothing and a no one, that really gets to a narcissist because they try so hard to not be a no one and a nobody, right? Even if they have to spin reality or change things, take things out of context, whatever they have to do to make people think that they are glorious and amazing. And they'll often talk about how amazing they are, whether it's privately or publicly is a whole nother thing, but they have an emptiness inside that they try to fill with other people and praising themselves so other people will praise them. Whether they use things like fear tactics so that people praise them because they fear they'll do something to them in some way. They cannot stand the truth. They just don't, they can't do it, right? Once you start putting truth to someone who's a narcissist, they lose it. They absolutely lose it. They don't know what to do. I mean, not that they have good decision-making skills to begin with. They absolutely do not. But they start to absolutely fall apart when you say things like, you're normal. Nobody cares about you. You're just a piece of trash, a no one. We know someone like this who acts exactly like this, the sewer turtle. And it's the same thing. Tries so hard to be so extraordinary, right? And so great and amazing and grand. And people pat him on the back out of fear, not because they actually think he's great. It's either one of two things. They haven't done their research on him and they don't know what a deplorable human being he is and how many lies he puts out. So if his mouth is moving, he's lying. Or they fear him. So they pat him on the back so that he won't come after them, right? It's the same thing. Once you tell these people that they are ordinary, that they suck, they're no one, they're nothing, they lose their minds. They lose their ever-loving minds. They try to go scorched earth on anybody who said such a thing. Bryan Kohberger's in jail. He can't go scorched earth on anyone. So he's got to sit there and he's got to take it. He's got to take it. And they do not like to sit there and just take it. Make no mistake. Olivia probably gave him exactly what he deserved because he's going to be so uncomfortable, probably for weeks now, just with what she said. It's going to eat him alive. And he deserves all of it. You know? Exactly. It's the only chance. But she was smart in the way that she did it for those reasons. I wonder to myself if she took psychology in college, if she studied it, you know? I don't know. Right. They cannot stand the truth. Yeah, they run. Tracy. Karen, you did it better. I mean, she's a narcissist too. You can't, you know, she needs that attention. And it's very clear to anybody who's ever dealt with a narcissist, you can kind of see them a mile away. They're coming. Their behaviors, the way they talk, it's all right there in front of you. And the red flags start going off. You know, people sometimes just ignore it. Yes, I'm sorry. I was like discombobulated this morning because of what I was dealing with yesterday. I apologize. I should have texted you. That's my bad. That is my bad. She is very bright. Abso-freaking-lutely she is. They're walking, talking red flags. Absolutely. Hey, that picture looks like what I'm going to attempt to do this weekend. I love that for them. I love that picture of them out there on the boat. I mean, granted, I'm not going to be on a boat. I'm going to be on a float, on a tube. But I love that. Yeah, I think she probably got the most facial reactions out of him. Like a little bit of twitching. He kind of slumped in his chair at one point with Steve, and then again. Yeah, yep, it is. And it's been a really hard last 2 weeks. And so I've missed a lot of time here with you guys, which kind of sucks because, again, it's partly my job. And so, yeah, so today, you guys have me today. You guys have me tomorrow. But remember, you guys don't have me Friday, Saturday, or still be no Sunday show. I apologize. I'm sorry. If I get home early enough, I will attempt to do a nighttime Sunday stream for you guys. But I have no idea what time Sunday will be back. It's like a 4-hour ride up and a 4-hour ride back. So that depends on when we leave and coming home on a Sunday. Traffic, things like that nature. So I'm going to attempt to give you guys a live stream while I'm out on the river anyway, just like an impromptu to show you like how beautiful it is. It is absolutely freaking beautiful. And thankfully I have an amazing, well, I have all amazing mods, but my amazing mod that on Monday, Ashley brought me to my appointment that I needed to go to, and I appreciate her 1,000,000% for that. And my beautiful mod, Jessie, who reminded me to get the things off my wish list that I put on there that I needed for this trip, of which I still have a couple things on there, but I'm like, meh, can I really afford it? I don't know. Or can I find it cheaper in the store? So we'll see, because if I don't order it today, I will not get it before Friday. So today, if I order it today at some point, maybe our Walmart pickup or something like that, you know. But I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I need that mental reset. I think everybody deserves that mental reset, right? To just woosah. Woosah. Yeah, and Tracy's birthday. Tracy's birthday. We love you, Tracy. Thank you, Alma. I'm gonna attempt not to, right? I'm gonna try to, I know it's gonna rain Sunday, so we might just like try to do a float morning Sunday and then try to hit maybe the outlets on the way home in North Conway. Do some looking around at the outlets. I actually haven't been there in years. It'd be kind of cool to sort of look around. Yeah, when I'm gone, it's her birthday. So the weekend I'm gone is her birthday. And I wish she could have came on this trip with me, because it's also technically our anniversary trip. Our anniversary was 2 days ago. My husband's 11-year anniversary was 2 days ago. And this is kind of like what we're doing as well for our anniversary. So it means, this trip means quite a bit to me. Right? Virtual huggy buggies. If she wasn't always on the road, I would have ordered her a cake. But I can't deliver it to the road. But she's always working. She needs to take that time off too. She needs to take that time off too, because she's a workaholic, kind of like me. So she needs that USA too, my friends. Everyone does. Everyone. Yeah, the big D's. That was hilarious. I loved that. I loved that for him. Yes, happy early birthday. Actually, funny enough, yesterday was Lindsay's birthday, in case anybody cared. Yesterday was Lindsay's birthday, so happy belated birthday to Lindsay, for any of you who didn't know. The one and only LG, you guys know. Aiden's victim, a friend of mine, very close friend of mine. Yesterday was her birthday. So happy birthday to, belated birthday to Lindsay. I talked to her on her birthday, so it's not belated for me, but for everybody else who didn't know, yesterday was her birthday. And so, yeah, sometimes you just kind of need that mental reset, right? Everybody deserves that sort of mental reset. No children in my ears screaming, mommy, 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 every 5 minutes. No, I need this. No, I need that. Just a good anniversary celebration out on the river, just woosah, chilling at night, sitting in front of the fire pit. We have darts and we have a ping pong table at the Airbnb. My birthday gift needs to be someone tell him. What are we telling him? What are we telling him? Yes, make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. To be honest, Lindsay, I have a couple things, like I need another cooler. and like a floatable. I have a floatable one, but I have one, and that's not going to hold the drinks and the food. So I'm like, ah, dang it. Should I just get one of those like floatable boats to tow along and then put our dry bags in that, and then attempt to try to get a smaller cooler to put the food in? I don't know. I got my water shoes. I need to get sunglasses. I got my water shoes. I got my phone holder. You know, your waterproof phone holder. I got that. I'm charging up my waterproof speaker. So, and I ordered a power bank, like to go, so that I could have one in the dry bag on the river in case my phone starts to die, and because that's going to do the music. We need the music. Hello. So, I mean, there's quite a few different. I gotta get shorts, and I have to get a bathing suit. So I actually have to go to the store for that because I don't have a bathing suit yet, and I have a top, but the bottoms were a little too small for my big booty. So I have to get a bathing suit. And I need to get shorts and tank tops because I own a lot of these, but not, like nice, cute tank tops. And I own like one pair of shorts, literally, because, the kids come first. You get the kids stuff they need. So, I have to, right? I know someone do tell him. I wonder if people tell him that in jail. Like, oh, hey, you wanted the attention, but you did it bad, bro. Do it right.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Okay, here we go. Xana's family now.
I want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of.
to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, you know, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, you know, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here on the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl calling out for her dad, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, you know, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know not, I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone. I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know. That's the things that I miss the most is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, you know. This is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine. And basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, you know, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me. Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out, and this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And we, you know, I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, you know, I've had countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far, because a lot of kids, you know, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. You know, at Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You have to rent a car. Don't be drinking and driving." You know, the week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're gonna go on with everything.
Survivor's guilt's real, folks.
And make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know. And that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
That's awful, Holly. I'm sorry to hear that. I have a friend whose remains still have not been found. It's been almost 20 years. Or Miguel.
Next, Kim Coronado would like to address the court.
Send you hugs, Holly. Brings up a lot of emotions for a lot of us for various reasons.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Coronado. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family.
It can.
It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Santa was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry.
I feel like they should never get parole until they do.
Is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of our the 4 children,
Always here.
has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name's Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to all the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else was talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I'm grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. you're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay.
Sentencing? Because he's not going to talk. I don't think he's going to.
Right. State can argue.
What are you arguing? It was a deal. Life sentences.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, guy.
I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us
You already
in
did
front of
that.
Your Honor today.
So unless you have new information, I don't think you should do that.
As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case.
We already know this.
Seeking to
How does this help the families?
control or limit evidence.
Come on, Thompson.
Seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings
Not be
based on the law,
to offer
based on the
evidence?
facts.
I'm confused.
As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions.
That's absurd, obviously,
And
as
a
we know.
motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial.
Sorry, forgot I wasn't muted.
It was readily
Okay.
apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained
No, not me.
from the beginning
But again, I'm in the
that
creator's
Mr.
part.
Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent.
Anybody else having their
Clear
cat
that the
reset?
reality of the evidence and the case that had
weird.
been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea.
And they said no.
And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion.
Should have done better.
Among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any
We've
sort
heard
of
all this
plea
already,
offer or
the last
discussion, there's only one possibility.
There's no need for this again, unless he's giving
And
new
that would be
information.
for the defendant to plead guilty
And he's
straight
not.
up to all charges.
No,
There would
he should have.
be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes.
She's still smiling, and I don't understand why. Nothing funny about
those
this lady.
discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been even consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of the trial after
Pretty cool.
so
Tell
many
us now then,
years
Bill.
was paramount.
I'm sorry, but I have a lot of criticisms of this guy, literally.
So the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold.
Like, come on, Thompson. Let's go. You've said all this before. All of this was said at the last one, so I don't really understand why we're going over it
So
again.
now-
There's no new information here, and I honestly don't feel like it's going to help the families.
It is
Like,
time for the judicial system
he's talking, and it's muted.
to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter.
They have lost
of these
audio, folks.
tragedies.
It's not me, it's them. Hold on.
As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernhodel. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize
Not concurrent.
and respect
Consecutive.
the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122
King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence. And barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Closure doesn't exist, at least not in my world. No such thing as closure, believe me. I've had my fair share of losing people to severely traumatic
All right,
things.
does the defense have evidence to present today?
I don't have closure. I have moving on, time, closure.
Defense,
No.
wish to make argument today. All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well,
No shock there.
please. All right, let me start this morning.
Said he respectfully declines to make a statement.
Acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others, is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power.
They deserve
The
to know
need to
why.
know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight, it would would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused.
His lawyer still
And
smiles.
therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumb print impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you've waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned. Written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire.
I want to see if they just end it, this one too, that way.
Media and public present to
I think they
allow
do.
the
That's
families
annoying.
to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
They did the same thing. I'll leave it on that for a second just to see if the families make statements outside. We'll see. So here's a couple things. One, those penalties might be the cap in Idaho by law, but it really tells you about the justice system when the penalty that goes to the state and the judicial system is $50K per victim, but $5,000 to the family. Now that also doesn't count restitution, but again, the full restitution doesn't always go to the family either. There's court fees and costs that come out of that go to the court, and then the rest, so, the judicial system in and itself really needs to be changed, because saying 50,000, not that he has that kind of money, they're never going to see it anyway, but 50,000, for fees for the state, for the court, 5,000 civil penalty to the family, which again might be the cap. They might not be able to get anymore, so the judge might have went right up to like the top amount you can ask for in this sort of scenario. But again, these guidelines haven't been changed in 20, 30 or more years, and that's half the problem, because I do not think that the court itself should profit more than the victim's family when it comes to scenarios like this. The court didn't lose anything but time and money. And let's be clear here. The court makes an exuberant amount of money. Okay? Probation fines, fees, having people dismiss cases. If you pay a ridiculous $500 fine or $1,000 fine, they make ridiculous amounts of money off the backs of mostly low income to middle income people. So as you know, if you're rich, the money doesn't really mean much now, does it? But the court system itself makes a ridiculous amount of money. In cases like this, there's no reason to say 50,000 each victim, and that goes to the court, does not go to the family, and a $5,000 civil penalty. That's disgraceful. Shows exactly what part is wrong and broken in our legal system, which is that here, the legal system should have hundreds of thousands of dollars thrown their way when they didn't even go through a trial. And the victims' families, we'll throw you the scraps, because these people who were killed, they're not missing out on a lifetime of money now, are they? It's disgusting. I know what it's to pay for. I studied this stuff. I know exactly what it's for. But one could argue that the other fines and fees and funding that they already get from the state and the federal government should cover it, in my opinion. There should be no scenario where the victims' families are getting less than the court itself. That's the court's job. The court's job is to do the investigation, the prosecution. And make no mistake when I say the investigation is paid for by the police and their money. They get an exuberant amount of money. Civil forfeiture itself, in a lot of states, has been done away with because it's completely, in my opinion, unconstitutional, right? And they will literally civilly forfeit money and then cars, properties, and sell them off. When they write a ticket, they get a certain amount of that. Police stations make ridiculous money, okay? Make no mistake about that. They make a ridiculous amount of money, that, especially civil forfeiture, they're allowed to use that as a slush fund, essentially, okay? So the investigation itself is paid for by the police, and that money that, once again, the state and the government already put into a police station on top of all of the other ridiculous things they're getting, parking, ticket fines like Boston does. Boston makes millions, and I mean millions of dollars in parking fines and fees. It's absurd what they do in Boston, okay? It's a racket. It's literally a racket, in my opinion. The court's job, of course, is to prosecute the crime, right? So that takes time and paperwork and money, but they're all getting paid. They're all getting paid. The court gets a ton of money from all these different places. And then on top of all the court fines and fees and probation fees per month and this, that, and the next thing, they're also getting money from the government. They're also charging restitution and other fines and witness advocate fees. Hey, you want to dismiss this case, $500 fine, $1,000 fine, plus this, plus that. They make a lot of money. Let's just throw that out there. There should be no scenario where a court is making $50,000 and the victim's family is given $5,000. Not that you, again, like you said, you can't put a money sign on someone's life. You just cannot do it. There's no amount of money that is going to change it or bring them back. But I do think it's a smack in the face. It's spitting in the faces of the families by saying, hey, it's our job to prosecute this, and we took time and money, so we get more money. Yeah, it's your job. You want me? If it was my choice, I'd prosecute it myself, right? And then that money should go to my family, the one who actually lost out, who would actually affect. It doesn't affect the court one way or another. The judge's life wasn't changed. The court itself's life wasn't changed by this tragedy. It's business as usual. They see cases all the time with murderers. This system really needs to be changed. You know, I have plenty of things to say when it comes to Bill Thompson for criticisms, but the one thing I will give that man is he clearly seemed to give a shit about these kids that were murdered because he got very emotional. And that tells me that he had a great amount of care inside of him for these kids. And that I will absolutely give to Bill Thompson. I don't think it was appropriate for him to say what closure is or isn't, although I don't think he meant any harm by it, of course. But losing a child is never something that a parent should have to do, ever. Not ever. Okay? I will forever hold an empty piece inside of me when you lose a child. Okay? That piece will never be put back together. It will never be filled in. To lose one of your children is the most traumatizing experience one could ever deal with, especially the not knowing. The not knowing is hard as fuck. To not have a reasoning is something you'll live with forever. You want a reason. You want to know how and why. And I can say this because I've been through this. My youngest is our rainbow baby. I delivered full-term stillborn. And it is a piece inside of you that just never gets filled in again. And when they don't have a reason for you, there's no good reason for it happening. You think about how and why. What you could have done, what you might not have done. Survivor's guilt. Why my child? All things that will never magically go away. There is no closure to that. Those are things you will ask yourself for the rest of your life, even when there's no good reason and you couldn't have done anything. And you know that you couldn't have done anything. It does not stop you from asking those questions, right? I recognize that at least with my oldest, I live as a parent every day not knowing how long I have left with that child of mine. That's a hard burden to bear for any child, never mind the kid themselves, right? Having a terminal illness. And because my kid's terminal illness is so rare, right? They don't know enough to know whether she gets another 3 years or 3 months or 30 years. And so any day could be the last day. And the not knowing why or when is a hard burden to bear. But what I recognize is that I at least know ahead of time, not that it's going to be any easier when that happens. But these parents had no heads up, right? They didn't have a terminally ill kid that eventually will pass from their disease. This happened out of nowhere. They didn't have time to say goodbyes or make memories as if they would be their last. I didn't have any of that. It just, their children were gone in the blink of an eye. There is nothing that brings closure to any of those scenarios. Time you learn to live with, right? You live with it. You live with that pain inside of you every single day of your life. But closure? No. Closure is not a word in my vocabulary. Besides my children, I have lost my adopted dad to suicide, my fiance to a house fire in the early 2000s, my best friend. I've had some pretty traumatic things. My friend who's gone missing, Miguel, who's still not found since the early 2000s. No one should ever have to go through one of those things. Never mind numerous of those things. But closure is not a word on any of those scenarios. I don't have closure in any of it. You live with it every single day. It's painful. You ask questions, and survivor's guilt is a bitch. It's a real thing. I still ask, maybe if I didn't work that night, he wouldn't have died in that fire. Wouldn't have been there, right? Would have been with me, and he wouldn't have died had I not went to work. It's been close to 20 years, and I still ask those questions. Doesn't just magically disappear. Doesn't just go away. I ask myself, what if I had known my dad was feeling that way? Could I have helped? Could I have made his life better for him to get therapy? Would he still be here today if I did notice the signs? Probably not, but it's survivor's guilt. It's a real thing. A lot of these people, including those roommates, live with horrific survivor's guilt. Like they feel like, what if they had done X, Y, and Z? Why them? Why are they alive and their friends are not? Why didn't they just get up? Why didn't they lock the doors? Why didn't they call their friends sooner? Not that any of those things would have mattered. They wouldn't have. But those two girls who lived in that house are forever going to ask those questions of themselves all the time. Even knowing that there's nothing they could have done, there was nothing they were going to stop, they still live with that pain every single day. I don't think people realize that when a court case is over, there is no magic closure. These people can just move on. People do say like, oh, now they can move on, or now you don't just move on. That's not the way it works. You find yourself even years later, something fun happens in your life or something sad, and you're like, oh, I'm going to text so-and-so, and you start to go do it. And then you realize you're not alive anymore and you can't. So even when your brain knows, like you can't, your muscle memory, even years later, starts to go, oh my God, this thing that happened in my life, whether it's sad, happy, mad, I gotta text the one person you would, and you go to do it. And then it's when your body realizes like, oh, you cannot. It's not a thing. They're not alive anymore. You know? I think people don't realize that even long after the court case is over, the things they live with last until they die. You know, I heard it was either Bethany or Dylan or both of them talk about the hyper awareness. I've had that for over 20 years with CPTSD. So I know I've talked to some of you privately about it. And some of you who have been with me know the way I am. When I enter somewhere like a restaurant or someone's house, I'm looking for the exits. I'm looking for how to escape in any scenario that I would need to. I am looking at the people around me who look suspicious and who does not, who's looking at me all the time, who is paying no mind to me. I am looking to have my back to a wall. I do not want people walking behind me. Loud noises scare the shit out of me. If I don't, people coming up and giving me a hug, if I'm not looking directly at them and I don't know that they're going to do it, I actually still flinch after 20 years. After 20 years, my muscle memory for someone who's just giving me a hug, and I know this person is not a threat to me, and I know this person is not violent, after 20 years, I still do this if I'm not expecting that hug. For instance, last week, I was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and my husband was in the shower, just gotten home from work, and then he, came out to the kitchen, and I could hear him behind me, heard him open the fridge, and so I wasn't paying any mind. Came up behind me to give me a kiss on the cheek, and as soon as I felt his hands, I did this, and he's used to it, because, like I said, our anniversary 2 days ago was 11 years, and my husband couldn't hurt a fly unless you're hurting his family, and then I would watch out. But even after all that time, being with my husband 11 years and having my abuser who was long before him, I still flinch as if something's going to happen. And I know it isn't. But my brain does that mental automatic, because that's what I'm used to. In the middle of the night, I literally sometimes wake my husband up with a right hook to the point where he has to put my arms like this and hug me and sort of whisper in my ear that I'm safe, because I'm having night terrors still after 20 years. That's PTSD at its finest. I have what they call CPTSD, so it's complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is more than one trauma, a multitude of traumas instead of just one. Yeah, me too, because my husband's like, what? He couldn't hurt a fly. So they don't understand why. They're like, why would you? I've never. And you're like, it's not you. It's here. Like you have no control over it. It just happens, Yep. It just happens. And, you don't want people around you to feel bad because of it either, but it's automatic. It just does. Right. And it hurts my heart to think about what I have been through and continue to go through, and what at such a young age, because I was 18 and 17 at the time, and all this stuff with my abuser. There was stuff that happened to me as a kid before that, but with this abuser happened to me. And I had my oldest very young. I was 18 when I had her. Think about what they have to go through now from that age until they're about my age. It's everything I already have been through and more. You lock your doors, your windows. Even when doesn't make any sense for you to do it, you still do it, right? I mean, and that's what you live with PTSD. It's unfortunate, but the hyper awareness is part of it. And that sort of triggered me in a way, listening to her talk about that at such a young age. Like, again, what's been taken from her, what has been taken from anybody in that position can never be given back. That piece of you is forever gone. That part of you that was naive and bubbly, and you might get a little bit of your bubbliness back, even some of your funny back, but that carefreeness that you might have had at one point, you will never get back. It is a piece of you that gets ripped out that can never be put back. You can't sew it back in. You can't fill it. It's gone forever. It changes who you are as a person. Sometimes for the better in ways, but other times for the worse in other ways, you know? That's, yeah, you think about what's coming next. You try to, you know, think of every scenario that could possibly happen to you, right? What those girls, what Bethany and Dylan have to deal with, never mind what they had to deal with the stalkers online. And believe you me, I get it. I've gotten death threats, emails, text messages, phone calls, like you name it, mail at my house, deliveries that weren't paid. Like the list goes on and on from the things that I have dealt with from the cult that are very similar to what these poor women have dealt with, the things that people will say about you and to you. You should yourself and your family. They hope your family die. Like all sorts of really horrific crap going on. I don't see anything yet. I saw them talking outside the court, but not the families. Just the anchors from court TV. Do you see something else, Lindsay? I just see the anchors. I don't see Lauren Crime. This is Lauren Crime right here. Go back a little bit here.
And he was sitting on death row for a while. He was sitting in prison and he became a professor of some university, online university in Ohio. This guy was.
Before I do that, I just also want, because while the judge was talking, I got a donation from Scorpio, and I just want to read it real quick. 2121 from Scorpio, thank you so much. And she said, and I love this, she said, for your trip, get some R&R, XOXO Scorpio. Thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And I will use that towards my trip for sure. I remember, you guys, you have me today, you have me for some tomorrow. But I leave Friday morning. I don't come back till Sunday, whatever time, I don't know. So, and I really need this rest and relaxation for the weekend. So I'm hoping everything goes smoothly, although thinking about it, it probably will not. All right, let me see. Let's see here. Where do we see Steve? Lauren Crime?
Convicted of killing a police officer. So there's going to be opportunities for him. And Joe, Duck, and I both work in Hollywood a lot. And, you know, despite the judge's words, and I hope he's right, but there's always going to be some unscrupulous person that's going to look to make money. If Bryan Kohberger wants to be interviewed, they're going to be banging down his door to be interviewed and to make some project with him, unfortunately. I wouldn't be part of it. But there's going to be unscrupulous producers out there that look to do that. And, you know, we used to have what was called the Son of Sam laws, which wouldn't allow people to make money off their crimes. The Supreme Court struck that down a few years ago based on the First Amendment on right to free speech. And so they can make it. But back to your question, these civil, these $5,000 and $50,000 judgments against him are going to be sitting there. They're going to be filed. And any money he does make, you know, will go to pay off those judgments first. I hope it doesn't happen at all. I'm sure the families aren't going to be looking for that money, you know, and it's a drop in the bucket, you know, but I think it's technical part of the law. They have to be levied. Those fines have to be levied. They will be there, and they will be a judgment against him, and the families can get paid if he does, you know, anything like that. If he gets a job in prison, like somebody offers him a professorship, you know, or if he finishes his PhD and then goes to work, you know, as a researcher based online. I don't know. These guys seem to get a lot of, opportunities in jail. And you know, I know I'm a proponent of death penalty, and I know he's been sentenced to life with no parole. But, you know, just last week, I believe, Minnesota released a quadruple murderer who was sentenced to life with no parole.
JLR has the press conference, so I'm going to back it up a little. Hold on. Yeah.
Behind. Or coming to the podium maybe soon, so we're going to keep tabs on that. But Jeremy, what do you imagine is in that discovery that we might learn?
Yeah, I think there's probably greater details about how.
Well, just let Jeremy
Yep,
just hold
please,
on one
go
second.
ahead.
Let's listen to Steve Gonzalez real quick.
Hard fought battle, but we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. We're glad we can move on.
There's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that,
Hold on, guys. I found it itself on here. I don't want to restream someone's thing if I don't have to. If you want to not do that part.
It was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
Steve, the family and the judge talked about how we may never know why, and it may not be worth it to try to answer.
Sure does.
What do you feel about that?
there's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kit, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
It would corroborate things.
It would corroborate things, and he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then it's as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, valuable, I think. Yeah. And we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just it was a shortcut, and we said from the very beginning we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter.
No.
So, we wanted everything.
That's their right to feel that way.
At what point, talk to us about why you wanted to stare him in the face.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him.
Tell him, Steve.
His days of being protected are coming
Over.
to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 12-minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was."
Yeah.
And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen, you chose not to speak.
I've written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you do.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
So you're gonna read it now?
Maybe it wasn't court appropriate.
Yeah, definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar, to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan.
He's right.
There is a clear and troubling pattern.
Doesn't want to do
Families are
death
left
penalty
feeling
cases.
unheard. Justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. Same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability.
I don't think he likes
the most
death penalty,
egregious of these
Bill
crimes
Thompson.
was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband Silas Parks during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, for
Love
anyone who believes
Patterson.
the justice system should speak
I'm gonna need to
for
get
victims,
that book, Lindsay.
This wasn't justice. It was a deal.
Send me the name of
And
it.
It was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crime are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice, but this isn't just about a prosecutor's record, it's about Kaylee, it's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4, she was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out,
we got to talk about that.
Right up, and they told us everything. So
Oh,
I don't know
shocker.
what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives.
After the president said something.
Yeah, we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation.
The
in it.
victims'
So,
advocates make no mistake, work for
I
the state,
appreciate
not the
President,
victim.
you know, putting a little bit
Half
of
the
pressure
problem.
on there, and it seemed to work. I don't. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to.
Lindsay, I have a
just wait
almost
for,
4-hour drive too on
things to be
Friday
unsealed.
to get to
But
where
yeah,
we're going.
it was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy.
Me too.
But I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face.
Oh my
So
God.
this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I
30?
just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see?
Yeah, he said 30.
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me in my eyes. You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that it needed? Or was this...
Yeah, 100%.
It's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you know, you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado, and you know, the real feelings.
I told my friend she could fire hers. People don't know they can fire them.
What do you want the public to remember?
That you don't have to have one. You can say you want to speak to
Our
DA
main thing
yourself
is,
and speak for yourself.
Hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you know,
And
you
he
can
did.
use the media
Say 30.
as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system.
Yes, Steve.
You know,
yes,
treating you
but
with
be
a
careful
little bit of respect.
with mainstream
I think
media.
that's what we did, and the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to.
This
get
is my
that
first
justice.
chance to
And
do
I
that.
think you
Since
really
then,
got to try to make your kids stand out, or you know, whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, what was the weapon on my sister? Despite this being private prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something we don't know there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was.
what?
They didn't recover it.
Along with the knife.
They don't have any idea.
It was not just stab. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date.
Yep.
But today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay.
Thank you guys. Thank you for being available.
Thanks.
Shannon.
And that's the Gonsalves family that we just heard from, Kaylee's mom, dad, and brother Stephen. It's actually the first time we have heard from Stephen. He did not give a statement inside court, but then decided to use the mics there to really go after the prosecutor,
mom.
lifting up his sister, talking about how close he was with his sister, but going after the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, saying that he has taken on cases like this before, and he hasn't been strong enough. They, of course, wanted the death penalty. They wanted a trial. They wanted Kohberger. They wanted Bryan Kohberger held accountable to the fullest extent, but they feel the prosecutor failed them in that regard, and that life in prison is just not enough. And we can see now a number of the parents hugging, kissing, consoling each other now that the sentencing has gone forward, and that Bryan Kohberger will spend the rest of his life in prison. It is possible that we will hear from more of the parents as they step up to the mics. That's Maddie's parents, right?
Yes.
Is that Karen Laramie?
Yes.
Okay, that's Maddie's mom, Karen Laramie. We also heard from, there she is right there. We heard from Karen. We also heard from
Yeah,
Karen's
she looks
husband,
exactly like her mom.
Maddie's stepfather,
Twins.
Scott Laramie. And then also we heard from Ben Mogan, Maddie's biological father, who extended so much love and gratefulness to his daughter's stepfather. To when he was struggling with addiction, he stepped in and helped raise their daughter. All three of the parents clearly have become close, and we're grateful for how they parented Maddie all together. It looks like we will possibly hear from Karen, Maddie's mom, in just a second, and we will take that as soon as they start to speak. Brian Buckmeyer still with me? Okay, let's go ahead and listen in.
Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogan. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up.
Thank you.
We're going to follow this live location based just outside the courtroom there where Bryan Kohberger has now finally been sentenced. Bottom line, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison and never see the light of day, besides outside a very small and sheltered cell. Arcana Whitworth was right there at the press conference. She's going to be joining us in just a minute. As you know, she's been on this case since the very beginning. She was inside the courtroom, and I am told she's been able to move from that live location to our live camera now. Kana, so many questions to ask you. You had a chance to throw out a number of questions to the parents there as they came to the mics, but I do want to ask you, I saw a note here that you noticed that Bryan Kohberger was trying to talk to his mom in court as he was leaving. Can you just tell us, because obviously he decided not to speak?
Yeah, we're a little bit behind.
And so can you tell us about this moment? Was he able to talk to his mom? What were you able to see?
Yeah, there was a couple of different occasions there, Kira, where Bryan Kohberger would come into the courtroom and he would immediately sort of address his mother and his sister Amanda, who were sitting right in the front. And that was often a greeting with a smile. The second time after break, he came back in, tried to address his mother again, sort of mouthed some kind of...
The details are far more horrific than anybody ever imagined. Far more horrific.
And
we know Kaylee was a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what the rumors about him treating female students differently, those were all confirmed.
And female cohort.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he was under an investigation. That's all true. He wasn't fired. They said his funding was pulled, which is almost equivalent to being fired.
Not the same thing.
Remain in the program without the funding. But
Yeah,
this guy was arrogant. He thought women were beneath him. So I thought it was fitting that Olivia just chopped him up in pieces.
She sure did.
Yeah, to say that his defense team was women.
Mhm.
You know,
And the idea that had he not approached them in their sleep, the Kaylee would have stood up.
Yep.
And she came up next, and I made eye contact with him, and he was enraged. He was just
I bet.
enraged. So, mission accomplished. We can move on now. We said what we needed to say, and hopefully, people understand where we came from, and we fade back live back on the property, and things will get back to normal.
Moving on, though, you and I were just texting about how it's never really over.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, it's there's a sense that we can put behind us, and it's been a big piece that we haven't been able to put behind us for so long. So that big piece, him getting shipped off to prison, but with that did come a new can of open worms with the new stuff that we learned from the investigators. That is definitely going to take some time to process.
We'll be here when you want to talk about that, but take the time to process that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're on mic. Yeah, go ahead.
What they told you in the presser. I think it's great for us to have.
Yeah, we were just discussing here a little bit about what you learned from this meeting, and I brought up what Olivia said. She said she asked a number of very fiery questions directly to the defendant, to the convicted. And one of them was, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? And you said that it was much more horrific than we could imagine. But is there anything we know about that? And was Kaylee the only one to your knowledge?
Yes. Yeah, they
That
said
had a
that
different
the
weapon?
marks that she had was unique just to her. The other victims did not have that same striping marking pattern. So, yeah, they did confirm that. But they
A
also
stripy
confirmed,
marked pattern?
yeah, she had marks on her mouth. Another thing that I found was interesting was she was stabbed over 30 times, but there was somebody who was stabbed more. We don't know who that is, but
34 times.
Yeah. So,
Kaylee was stabbed 34 times?
Yes.
yeah.
And there was someone else who was stabbed more.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just
So-
said, was Kaylee like the most, because it seemed so excessive, and they said no. And that was all they said.
So that other family, they'll
I
if
feel
they
like
want to share it, they
probably
can. If they
Ethan.
want to keep it to their own, they can.
Because he was
We
a
just-
guy, so maybe a threat.
We feel when people hear how atrocious this behavior is, it helps expose him, and the more that he can be exposed, the better it is for us. So
It's not easy to talk about these details of our daughter, and I could see why a lot of families want to keep those private. I want to keep them private, but then on the other hand, I'm like, no, people need to know, like the monstrosity of this, literally, yeah.
Kaylee tried to fight
The
back
judge
too,
called him a coward who slithered into 1122
but she was already
Road.
stabbed a couple times. So
yeah, that's very accurate too. Yeah.
It's accurate. I think that he could have found some better words, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming on to talk with me. Thank you very much. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you guys here. Thank you, Steve and Christy.
Yeah, very well could have been
back over
Zona.
here. And Kira, forgive me, I'm having some technical difficulties, so I'll put my IFB back in here. But yeah, so again, you just heard there. That's really new information, Kira, from Steve and Christy Gonzalez, that their daughter, we now know, was stabbed 34 times that night, and that someone else was stabbed
So horrific.
more. That gives you an idea of the brutality of this murder scene, Kira.
horrific.
The brutality. I guess, first of all, let me make sure. Can you hear me okay? I know we were having some issues
got
with
you.
mixed
Yes,
minus.
thank
We're
you.
good? Okay,
Yep.
great. All right. So a couple of questions as we are now learning new details, Kana, about how Bryan.
They heard during that meeting with prosecutors after the president got involved, but that in the end, they are glad that they know those details
Actually,
and they can
glad
continue to search for
President
answers. It also
made
helps
those
them start
statements
asking the right questions
that the
of
families deserve to know.
as they want to learn more. Remember,
That the
Kara,
prosecution
the
needed to tell
documents that are
them
sealed in
what
this
they
case
knew
are
because
remaining sealed until the judge
they
can
did.
go through them, and then there's going to, in all likelihood, be a trickle of information. And at this point, I think, at least for them, there's some hope that what comes out of these documents is not a surprise, right? Kira, could you imagine you're a mother that you were surprised to learn about exactly what happened to your child as opposed to investigators telling you prior?
Yeah.
I'm a mom. I mean, just covering this story, I know for both of
Hard.
us, it's just, you can't even comprehend
Nope.
what these parents are going through. The thought of losing
I
a
can
child, and the judge
comprehend,
even
but
pointed out,
this is
you know, you're
horrific.
not supposed to bury your child.
No,
Boy, what
you're not.
emotional testimony he gave as well after the sentencing, or before he finally sentenced Bryan Kohberger to life in prison. I want to ask you about Bryan Kohberger again, because you're the only one that's been able to give us insight of what was happening in that courtroom. And that was Kohberger attempting to talk to his mother. And then you mentioned his sister, Amanda. And so we have not been able to even find a picture of Bryan Kohberger's mother. All right. It looks like law enforcement is speaking now. We're going to listen in. Kana, I know you probably want to listen in too.
Law
All right.
enforcement.
Let's listen to law enforcement. I'll come back to you.
Communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Bryan Kohberger brings the legal process to a close following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end, because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was really awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together, and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. Are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him, and we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. And I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel, share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal. The goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Latah County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you, Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson.
I wonder what questions
Just a
they'll
couple of
actually
things before we begin.
answer.
We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items,
As far as I know, there's nothing under seal.
Answered that
Case
you
is over.
will receive.
Unless it's
And to
magically
keep
being
this
sealed after the
sort of
case.
orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Back there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with CREM 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the released documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Haley Gunther, KHQ. There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. And we looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second order weapon used? Not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife.
But what
And
else?
That's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
But
Sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that's used on Haley Gonzalez. Can you confirm that?
oh, you're not
Out
comfortable
of
now.
respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them if they wish to share that with you. It's
They
probably
just-
through them, not through us.
And one more question.
Did share it.
It seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose.
Working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And though it doesn't make sense, and it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So.
Right here.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll. And I want to.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain
No way around it
stiff-lipped
to not
and
cry
dry-eyed
unless you
through
have no
this kind of
emotion.
tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or if you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though, real quick. This is a product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed
Social
memory,
media.
but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, Internet Lady with Law and Crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Dan Taylor to have
allocution
down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today.
He could have lied. It's not a good
very
answer.
well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found.
It's not a good answer. He could have, but you could have got
The law
answers.
does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution.
Yes, you could have.
Just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid.
Yep.
I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth.
Doesn't matter.
I don't believe that there's
Should have
anything that
asked
would come
for it.
out of his mouth that
Period.
would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that
Doesn't
would
matter
come
what you
out of his
believe.
mouth that would not further victimize the families.
Oh, please.
And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision.
I'm sorry, but it sounds
based
like an
on our
excuse
assessment
to
of
me.
law and the facts.
It's an excuse.
We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities, for the state. And that's where our obligation.
There is no certainty in not even asking the question.
And the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got.
Well, he
big
kind
and
of
nasty.
did. It's kind of shirking it, making an excuse right now.
Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Robertson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Payne, that the chain of family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7 p.m. hunt, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show. That being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth. It's just kind of how we roll. But there is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it.
What
So
about the clothes and visibility of those employed forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Gabriel Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and that another victim was stabbed more than.
right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with. Over here.
Chief of Stars of CNN, Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
They're very personal.
I can tell you that psychological testing was done of Mr. Kohberger.
Psych testing.
The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of
He's
the
a
defense, is also
psychopath.
sealed by court order.
I
So
know.
I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change
DOC
over
decides
time.
that.
And the
folks.
reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say
Sure they
anything
did.
that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
Yes, they're FOIA.
It's my understanding
Come
the
on.
jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations. with
Public
third
record,
parties.
my dude.
That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are the possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities.
Public
But
record, though.
I'm pretty certain Latah County
Property of the
Sheriff's
state.
Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
For what?
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with
It's
CBS
property of the
News
state.
48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
Yes, we know that.
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We
At least
looked
one
for
of
a
them,
link and we
as far
have
as I
not
understand.
found one, not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the House from their side. So we have never to this date found
I'll go
a
crazy in
single connection
solitary.
between
A
him.
mi- it's a
and
literal
any
mind
of
fuck.
the 4 victims or the 2
Solitary confinement.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question is for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Director of Public Broadcasting. This question is for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're focusing on stuff?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca's been an Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy within the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, spokesman for you. I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing?
You're seeing all the reaction now after convicted killer Bryan Kohberger has been sentenced to life in prison for the murders of those 4 innocent Idaho college students. You're hearing from lead investigators, all the law enforcement agencies, including prosecutor Bill Thompson now responding to reporters' questions since the judge read the sentencing. Our Brian Buckmeyer, attorney at law, and also Alex Stone, who has been there covering this story along with Arcana Whitworth since the very beginning. Brian, I want to ask you about this IgG technology. It's interesting that once again, the prosecutor and law enforcement agencies saying
like it probably will.
Sorry, I was muted. So they don't go back to the press conference. That was it. And then they start talking, and then I looked forward. So it's disappointing because I wanted to hear what other questions were asked by the media and answered. And now we don't know because they went back to their regular news talking about it, but not letting us hear the rest of the press conference. So cool. I don't know why they did that, but they did. So that was hilarious, by the way. That was probably the funniest thing. And obviously not, these things aren't usually funny, but when she said that, Big D, I was like, oh, shenanigans. Oh, shenanigans. That was, that was too good. That was too good. It's like, hey, I probably would have came with the fire like that too, to be fair. Yeah, the bubble one, that one was pretty good too. Like, might as well just said, don't drop the soap. Nobody's going to send you soap on a rope, so don't drop the soap. But yes, it was quite funny. They have a right to be angry. I would be too. That's for damn sure. So listen, I've been here with you guys for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm going to skedoodle. I got some other stuff I got to do today, but I will be back in the morning, 9:30 tomorrow morning. In the meantime, if you want to make a donation to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have a link that's posted in the chat. I know most of you, close to over 200 of you, are actually watching from X. Come on over to YouTube. That's where we have the live chat. I think you guys would, enjoy it on YouTube versus X sometimes. Remember, you guys don't have me Friday, Saturday. Sunday, I will attempt to do something at night if I get home early enough, but I'm not gonna, my trip's only 2 days. It's my once a year adult trip that I take. So I'm not gonna try to come, early. I'm not gonna come home early or anything. So I'm gonna, relax for all the relaxation. This is like my first woosah since, the Karen retrial ended. And so I need my own little vacay, but I will be doing some impromptu one on the river just so you guys can see like how beautiful it is. And if you have never done it, it should be on your bucket list of things to do one day, because it's just one of those experiences that like you can just not worry about everything besides just calmly floating down that river and relaxing and listening to music. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. I hope everybody ever gets a chance to do it because it's a blast. It's so much fun. But remember to like, remember to subscribe if you already haven't. We have a Discord. Most of y'all are in there. So I'll see some of you guys in there in the meantime. Again, I will be back in the morning. If you are my replay crew and you happen to make a donation when we're not live anymore, I will read it tomorrow morning when we are live again. And again, you can do it one of a bunch of different ways: Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, Revolut. This little QR code up here at the top, Maestro made us kindly. And if you use your phone and you scan it, for the people who have iPhones, it actually brings you to where you can buy a membership to the channel. Super easy. I am so glad that he made us that, because I don't know what I would have done without it had Maestro not made that, because none of you guys with iPhones can do it from your phone. So you can put this up on the screen on your TV and just scan it with the camera of your phone. And then a little link should pop up once it's in the square. It's supposed to be. The little link pops up, you click on the link, and it'll bring you right to the front where you can get your membership to the channel. You can choose your tier and whatnot. So that makes it super duper easy. And then we have all that information. It's in the description of the video. The wish list, those are in the description of the video, along with the front of our page over on YouTube itself. I want to thank again Scorpio for sending me her donation, and Anonymous, we won't say their name, for their donation today. And I will use it for R&R, Scorpio, on my trip. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So in the meantime, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about that happened over the last couple of days, and I knew that this hearing was going to take a while. So we're going to get to some of that stuff tomorrow. So in the meantime, I will see y'all on Discord, email. You can always get me on email or Facebook or X. You send me a message, I will get back to you. Last couple of days have been bad at that, but I got on it this morning. But I will always answer, even if you give me a minute. So if anybody needs me in the meantime, you can always get in touch with me there. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys in the morning. Bye, everybody.